Und damit guten Abend. Nein, hat er nicht getan. Er ist mal pünktlich. Ah, ja. Und eine ziemlich heiße Woche hinter sich. Wobei es jetzt schüttet wie Sau. Darius, guten Abend. Und auch an die anderen 10, die da sind. Angeblich. Weiß man wohl nicht bei YouTube immer nie, Alter. Dann sind es wieder 5, dann sind es wieder 10, dann sind es wieder 7. Pappman, guten Abend. Hoffentlich alle die Woche gut überstanden. Schweißtreibend und viel zu heiß. Gott sei Dank regnet es die ganze nächste Woche. Und dann habe ich eine Woche Starfield-Urlaub. Wobei ich dann wahrscheinlich wieder nicht so viel spiele, wie ich eigentlich will. Endlich Feierabend. Na, dann passt doch. So, was haben wir denn hier? Nachrichten. Brettspielfans sind selten geworden. Ningguang? Lass mich mit deinem Brettspielzeug hin. Navia, guten Abend. Es fühlt sich auch viel besser an, wenn man jetzt guten Abend wieder sagen kann. Kuriose Keilerei, 15 Tage. Das läuft nur noch einen Tag, das sollten wir heute eigentlich machen. Ne, Rock, guten Abend. Das läuft nur weg, das können wir irgendwann machen. Das interessiert mich gerade nicht. Da sind wir gerade, das sind die Bosse und das ist der andere Boss. Max, guten Abend. Aufträge, haben wir da einen? Was ist das drüben? Mondlicht vergangener Zeit. Ich glaube, wir machen aber erstmal das da. Das Abenteuer geht weiter. Halt, warte mal, ich starte erstmal Ding. Aufnahme starten. So. Naturenzyklopädie. Spurensuche im Reich des Wassers. Das Abenteuer geht weiter. Paimon und du seid endlich in Fontaine angekommen. Im Reich des Wassers erwartet euch unzählige wunderschöne Besonderheiten und Landschaften. Wir waren noch nicht einmal tauchen, Alter. Aktion Naturenzyklopädie, Spurensuche im Reich des Wassers, musst du bestimmte Arten von Rohstoffen sammeln. Auf der Karte werden empfohlene Sammelstellen für einige dieser Rohstoffe angezeigt. Wenn du dich einer Sammelstelle näherst, werden auf der Minikarte automatisch hineingelegte Zielrohstoffe angezeigt. Ach du Scheiße. Ein Tanz ewigen Wandel, sprich mit Mailadred? Mailadred? Keine Ahnung. Und der Herausforderung, ein Stück auszuwählen. Die eventuellen Materialien, die nach Abschluss der Herausforderung durch die Blüte des Flusses der Elemente beansprucht werden können, scheinen sich auch je nachdem, welche Herausforderung du abschließt. Gegen die unzerstörbare Rüstung. Okay. Ach du heilige Scheiße. Das ist sehr viel. Ach du Scheiße. Das ist wirklich sehr viel. Aber wisst ihr, was mir gerade einfällt? Eigentlich hätte ich dann... Da ist die Hauptquest. Warte mal, wo geht das eigentlich los? Zum Auftrag. Spielzeugkrieg Feuer. Der ist da. Okay, da gehen wir dann später hin. Hä? Was ist da oben los? Kurioser Keilerei. Ja, das hat doch vorhin schon aufgeleuchtet, wie ich das Spiel gestartet habe. Und wir gehen trotzdem erstmal zurück nach... Achso, jetzt kommen wir ja darüber. Eigentlich nehme ich das immer nicht mit auf, aber die Folgen von Genshin mache ich eh mittlerweile immer 40 Minuten bis eine Stunde. Da können wir mal kurz die Dailies mit wegarbeiten. Also für die, die es auf YouTube nachschauen, ihr könnt mal die Dailies überspringen, wenn ihr Lust und Laune habt. Oder ihr schaut sie mit an. Jue-Tuppe. Dip, 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 dip. Jetzt hab ich... Nein, böser Hilly.
Gotcha. I see everything.
Achso, ich musste erstmal das machen.
Commit it to memory.
Ey, da hab ich gerade erwischen können.
This may hurt a little. Dance with the waves.
So, haben wir das schon? Ich muss gerade versuchen, Bände zu erspielen. Hast du denn nicht schon längst? Ich meine, Bände gab es glaube ich alle 5 Minuten. Wo ist das? Weil ich irgendwas eingesammelt habe? Ah, scheiße, ich sollte nicht den blauen Punkt hinterherlaufen. Das war nie, guten Abend. Schon den Trailer von Drache den Hang gesehen. Nachdem er mich nicht wirklich interessiert, habe ich den Trailer nicht mal angeschaut. Ich habe Honkai nicht einmal mehr angerührt, seit ich Kafka gezogen habe. Muss ich endlich dann mal nachholen. Ich spiele aber auch zu viel anderes Zeug, ey. Jetzt habe ich Master Detective Archives Raincoat. Haben wir jetzt endlich durch. Dafür kriege ich jetzt Armored Core 6, ist jetzt schon wieder am Laufen. Und Honkai läuft ja nicht weg.
Here comes the catch.
So, waren das 4? Nein, das waren 3, oder? Ne, waren scheinbar 3. Achso, ne, so zeigt es ja nicht an. Juh, das waren wirklich 4. Einmal das, einmal das. Stimmt, das waren 4. Sehr gut. Ging fixer als gedacht.
Astra. I am sorry.
Oh. Hä, wo ist er denn das letzte? Willst du mich verarschen? Hallo? Hä? Hallo? Wo standen jetzt die Dailies immer? Ach warte, jetzt können wir noch in dem blöden Buch, glaube ich, auch nachschauen, oder? Mission. Da. Hä? Eine winterliche Geschichte. Hä? Warum? Hä? Das ist jetzt eigenartig. Eine winterliche Geschichte steht da. Was ist das für ein Scheiß, dass das nicht angezeigt wird? Der Typ? In die Kirche. Hä? Warum wird das nicht angezeigt? Komisch. Das habe ich jetzt auch noch nicht gehabt, dass nichts angezeigt wird. Und mit Victor reden. Weißt du die Dinger auswendig, Alter? Ich merke mir nicht mal mehr, wie die... Ich habe mir nicht mal mehr gemerkt, wie die heißen, ey. Da ist Victor. Was willst du? Nee, scheinbar nicht. Oder? Oh doch! Was war denn die Fragerei vorher? Sammel Beute von Ruinenwächtern. Ja, hab ich doch schon. Kann ich die nicht einfach geben? Nee. Wow, Alter, jetzt will ich das in 5 Minuten abhaken, das ganze Zeug, ey, und... Zwei Ruinenwächter? Oh nein, wie gefährlich.
It's a memory.
Quietly.
Muss wohl die Beute sein, die er haben will. Echt? Wo? Hab ich schon? Okay. Dann kann mich der eine Ruinenwächter so oft machen, der hat sich ins Hirn eingebrannt. Musste ich weiß so gut wie noch nie machen, die Mission. Ich glaube 2-mal oder so, wenn ich mich nicht täusche. Komisches Zeug da. Das Teufelswerk. Dass die nicht anzeigt, packe ich halt nicht. Ist das ein Bug? Haben die da irgendwas aus Versehen vergeigt? Okay. Habt ihr mitbekommen, dass der... Scheiße, wie hat denn der Typ jetzt wieder geheißen? Da dieser oberste Richter, dass der wie ein Otter aussieht?
Thank you for...
Da gibt's so Memes, Alter, wo genau dieselben Bewegungen von den Ottern zeigen und die Farbgebung und alles von seinen Haaren. Alter, ich vergesse, dass ich da einfach da hoch kann. Fand ich niedlich. Der Otterrichter. Oder wie es ein Freund von mir immer gesagt hat, der ist Italiener. Otter. Da waren wir mal in einem Tierpark, Alter. Otter. Das sind die Otter. Aber wir haben den ganzen Tag damit verarscht. Heute auch noch immer wieder.
Take it easy.
Die Hündchen, Alter. Die Hunde haben bessere Kleidung als die NPCs in Mondstadt, Mann. Richter Otter. Ey, ich mag diese entspannte Jazzmusik, Alter. Kann man das Jazz nennen? Nee. Oder? Doch ein bisschen kommt das schon so rüber. Was ist denn das? Inhaber der Horlogerie Lepo. Will der mir Krankheiten verkaufen oder was soll das sein? Nein, warte mal, ist das Alchemie? Ist das eine Veranstaltung? Nein, das ist keine Veranstaltung. Wir haben gerade ein neues Produkt herausgebracht, nämlich das Spielzeug am Eingang. Jetzt halt ausprobieren. Das Ding? Hä? Wo ist jetzt die Mission hin? Achso, das war die kuriose Keilerei. Stimmt, das muss ich machen. Gut, dass ich da unterwegs einen Teleporter gemacht habe. Meine Katze schaut wieder deinen Livestream. Sehr schön. Hey, die soll sich einen eigenen Laptop schnappen, da habe ich einen Zuschauer mehr.
Take it easy.
Ich habe ja momentan auch... warte mal. Habe ich den Scheiß eigentlich noch? Ich wusste gar nicht mehr, wie das ausgeschaut hat. Das da. Ah, schieferblauer Schirmfink. Schmierfink wollte ich jetzt lernen, habe ich jetzt was gelesen. Schaut schon sehr geil aus, gefällt mir. Aber zu viel Wasser, auf Wasser unterwegs. Wo wollte ich eigentlich hin? Warte, ich soll hier irgendwas suchen, ne? Irgendwelche Ressourcen? Das da? Markotte. Blasenmandarine. Von denen haben die das mit der Weltquest endgültig betrieben. Die gehen ja mittlerweile mega lange. Echt? Ey, solange die keine Aranara-Namen drin haben, kann die mir meinetwegen so lange gehen, wie sie wollen. Wobei, unvertont ist schon wieder scheiße, aber...
Take it easy.
Burgunderroter Schirmfink. Alter, ich kann nur Schmierfink lesen, das geht nicht anders.
Take it easy. Gotcha.
Hey, positions.
Alter, ist die Kampfmusik immer so? Oh, ja stimmt, der Kleine ist ja noch da.
I see everything.
Quietly now.
Sag mal, haben sich die Kampfdinger in den anderen Ländern auch anders angehört oder ist mir das bloß nie aufgefallen? Das ist ja voll cool. Ich finde die voll geil, die Musik. Unvertont, nur für mich, ja. Diese Schweine. Das ist auch geil. Oh, wir haben hier einen Park. Geh mal rein und sammel mal alles weg. Ich meine, das haben ja nur Leute dafür gearbeitet, damit du hier das Zeug einsammeln kannst. Hä? Bin ich schon fertig? Hä? Ging es nur darum, so ein Ding einzusammeln? Oh, da geht's ins Wasser. Da hinten bin ich noch nicht mal gewesen. Ist da unten irgendwas? Nee. Okay, das heißt... Wir müssen auch mal Dinger freischalten. Teleporter. Ja, die Musik im Kampf war überall anders. Alter, das ist mir nie aufgefallen. Oder ich hab's einfach nie bemerkt. Gut, es ist... Warum steht der kleine Timmy da hinten im Busch? Will er gerade kacken oder was? Was? Also das habe ich nie, das ist mir nie aufgefallen, dass die Kampfmusik irgendwie anders wird. Hä, wie komme ich hier jetzt raus? Ich muss wieder mit dem blöden Ding fahren. Nee, komm, hatte ich nicht einen, der wo oben ist? Nee, da ist es auf der anderen Seite. Ich könnte ja auch da drüben anfangen. Ja, aber dann müsst ihr wieder hochfahren. Das dauert wieder so lang. Das ist ja mal jetzt blöd. Ja, muss ich halt doch für. Weil ich muss echt schauen, dass ich mal außerhalb die Dinger aktiviere. Was das an Strom kostet, Alter. Habt ihr die Strompreise für heute noch nicht gesehen? Dietmar und Dieter. Das ist doch auch geile Namen. 4. Ich will da rausfliegen. Na, ich wollte in die andere... Oh, gibt keine andere Richtung. Ach komm, ich nehme mir da den blöden Wasser zu. Was ist wieder für Anforderungen? Event. Guten Abend. Nivelette und du wirst das. Scheiße, ich weiß schon nicht mehr, wie man den ausspricht. Aquapus warten. Also Nevilette? Hat der Typ Nevilette geheißen, der Richter? Ich habe vergessen, wie sein Name ist. Und Fritos, wie der andere heißt, aber der sieht mir zu sehr nach Sampo aus Honkai. Deswegen kann ich den überhaupt nicht ernst nehmen. Nenn ihn der Wolf-Typ. Ist auch gut. Also warte, wo fahre ich eigentlich hin? Da lang, okay. Das ist gut.
I'm here to tell you all about the amazing scenery we'll pass by on the Clementine line. Even though I'm not an expert tour guide, when it comes to interesting stories and important places in Fontaine, I definitely know a thing or two. I hope that my commentary will give you a newfound appreciation for this nation, and that you'll be inspired to visit every corner of Fontaine, just like Elfin was.
Ich fühle mich fast schlecht, dass ich jetzt gleich aussteigen werde. Ich will die Vögel haben. Na gut, wenn ihr schon abhaut. Fuck. Ist das unter Wasser eigentlich? Ach du Scheiße. Uff. Achtung, Ausstieg! Nein, warte, wir müssen schon richtig. Oh. Oh. STR geht tauchen. Ja, schaut schon geil aus. Aber Hauptsache wieder der mechanische Schrott irgendwo. Oh, die Musik ist schön. Hä? Wer schwebt da hinter mir? Was ist denn das? Hä? Ich soll vielleicht mal die Einführung lesen. Scheiße, was war das? Kraft der xenochromatischen Panzerkrabbe. Lage ist Schockwellen auszulösen, die Trümmer zu schmelzen. Halte gedrückt und... Okay. Aber ich habe schon gar keine Lust, jetzt hier schnell durchzu... Was ist da unten los, Alter? Voll die Karawane. Ey, wartet auf den einen, der ist voll weit weg. Ihr hinterhältigen Penner. Alter, der hält voll was aus, Mann. Ah. Greifen die mich überhaupt an? Hä, hab ich das jetzt dauerhaft? Scheinbar. Auf jeden Fall so Leak gesehen. Ja, das sind aber alles, also bis zu 4.1 ist, glaube ich, ist noch gar nichts bestätigt, habe ich mitgekriegt. Was an Charakteren jetzt dann erstmal nach und nach kommt. Und manche schienen mir auch sehr komisch. Aber gut, ich weiß auch nur zu wenig von der Story. Hallo? Hallo, aktivier den, du Sack. So, hier soll ich jetzt die Sachen einsammeln. Angriffe hast du nur so lange, bis das Wasser verlässt. Ah, okay. Danach muss ich sie nochmal sammeln. Ja, die Unterwasserwelt ist schon sehr geil. Können natürlich auf Dauer ein bisschen eintönig werden mit den Kämpfen. Weil die wirken ein bisschen lahm. Kann ich mich da abschießen lassen? Abschuss! Wow. Das war... Wow, was für ein Geschwindigkeitsrausch. Wahrscheinlich habe ich einfach bloß falsch gemacht. Was ist das? Eine Truhe? Aussichtspunkt. Alter, was ist das? Wow. Alter, ihr habt viel zu große Viecher in der Welt, ey. Aber siehst du, jetzt taugen dann Naida ihre Strümpfchen auf jeden Fall besser. Brauchst du schon nicht extra ausziehen. Ne, das habe ich. Da drüben ist noch ein. Schulchen, guten Abend. Achso, das ist so eine Strömung, ne? Abschuss! Ich fühle mich so erdrückt. Lass, hör auf! Hilfe! Was soll der Scheiß? Jetzt ist meine Kraft wieder weg. Blub, blub. Da unten ist wieder so ein Viech. Habt ihr mich vermisst? Du schaust doch eh mal wieder rein. Immer, oder wenn es nur kurz ist. Da bleibt nicht viel Zeit zum Vermissen. Warte mal, wo ist denn jetzt das? Das da? Was ist das? Oh, die Dinger sind, glaube ich, gemeint, ne? Berlittelmuschel. Da unten ist noch was. Okay, dann haben wir das auch. Das andere ist da drüben. Da oben ist auch noch eins. Fuck. Links oder rechts? Links oder rechts? Wir gehen erstmal da rüber. Maritimblume. Die haben schon echt nur Bock, einfach nur fancy Namen auszudenken, oder? Sind das Kristalle? Ah. Kodeszenzkristall. Ups. Die Musik ist schon sehr geil. Da. Vor allem auch sehr entspannend, die Musik. Nein, 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 nicht auftauchen. Hä? Muss ich doch mal auftauchen? Oh, was ist da hinten? Musikmuschel? Oh, das sind so Robben. Also sorry, wenn du hier keine geilen Bilder machen kannst, dann weiß ich auch nicht. Hast du vor, für einen von keinen Charakter zu pullen? Ja, ich glaube dann der Violett ist momentan... Ist momentan einer meiner Favoriten, nachdem ich ihn jetzt endlich gesehen habe. Wie er reagiert. Oder wie er ist. Resonanzschnecke. Hier bestand es sich um einen speziell biologischen Apparat zu handeln. Zivilisation Fontaines für verschiedene Zwecke kultiviert wurde. Aktivieren, um optische Schallwellen auszusenden und Unsichtbares in der Umgebung sichtbar zu machen. Dann natürlich die Furina. Da drin? Was ist das da? Und die Navia ist auch. Ah. Muss ich die Dinger einsammeln? Und da hinten ist das andere. Hä? Nee, kann ich nicht, weil er kein gescheites Bild hat. Hä? Und ich weiß gar nicht, warum mich immer Leute nach den Builds fragen, Alter. Schaut einfach im verdammten Internet nach. Ich meine, die haben die perfekten Builds. Hä? Von mittlerweile sollte auch einigermaßen bekannt sein, dass ich nicht wirklich auf die Builds wirklich großartig achte. Ich schaue sie halt, mach sie grob und Ende. Ah, da hinten. War das dann gar nicht? Oder soll ich das zweite einfach so machen? Hä, ist das jetzt grün geworden? Scheinbar. Oder? Jetzt will ich das nehmen und aufs andere hau. Ach so, okay. Man muss bloß die richtige Farbe aufs richtige Ding hauen. Was ist los? Oh wow, Lichter. Welche hat die Zukunft?
Curiosity deserves a reward.
Alter, wer war denn das? Waren das Riesen, die wo hier waren? Die scheiß Schubdinger sind ja größer als mir. Musik wechseln. Ja, und jetzt zog ich mich dann daher, oder was? Okay. Das sind ja auch, die Kleinen machen ja unterschiedliche Dinger, ne? Die rollen ja, glaube ich. Nee. Hä? Irgendein paar machen noch andere Dinger. Die dreht sich auch so. Ich dachte eigentlich, die Kleinen machen andere Bewegungen. Habe ich irgendein Video gesehen, wer welche Bewegungen macht. Halt, warte, wollte ich nicht dahinter? Was versteckt sich da? Nix. Für was sind denn diese blöden Blubberblasen da? Ich sag schon wieder meinen Stuhl weg. Ugh. Oh. Ungebetene Gäste angelockt? Alter, was zur Hölle sein hier? Ah, die Robos.
Busted.
Alter.
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
This dance is for you.
Muss wieder angeglichen werden. Hä? Nein, was war das jetzt für ein Sprung, Mann? Ah, okay, man muss... Eine goldene Truhe, Alter.
A chest full of valuables.
Mysteriöser Kern.
And a trove of potential clues.
Natürlich, Schatzräuber sind auch da. Das sind genauso viele wie in Sumeru. Ich weiß nicht mal, wie viele in Sumeru waren. Auf jeden Fall zu viele. Oh, was kriegt man hier eigentlich für Holz? Zypressenholz. Ich muss da gar nicht runter. Gehört das dazu? Nee. Das gehört aber alles dazu. Es war auch bloß so eine Quest, einfach um mal die Materialien alle zu kennenzulernen, oder was? Okay, das schaut schon sehr geil aus. Wenn man was sieht. Oh, was ist denn hier drin? Hallo? Willst du nicht rausgehen? Achso, ich bin bei dem Ding immer weg gewesen. Oh, ich hasse mich jetzt schon, dass ich jetzt da rein bin. Und nicht erst oben das Ding aktiviert habe. Sehr warmer Ort. Oh, okay. Was ist das für ein Name? Was ist das, Alter? Ist das ein Ei? Ne, das ist ein Herz. Achso, wir sind in einem Viech drin, glaube ich, ne? Was unverreckt ist. Oh. Oh, Fontänenschmettis. Ich meine, macht zwar keinen Unterschied, aber hey. Geht's da irgendwo hin? Nee. Hey, da ist ein Melusin. Hi. Ah, Fremde, willkommen. Aber ich habe gerade kleine Blumen, die ich euch schenken könnte. Was will ich mit Blumen? Blumen schenken? Das ist wirklich nicht nötig. Also gut, dann kann ich euch nur alle herzlich in Merusia begrüßen. Willkommen. Danke, Kosanziana. Die hat sich nicht mehr vorgestellt, wie war das den Namen? Ich bin sehr freundlich, wenn ihr also irgendwelche Fragen habt, dann werde ich sie euch gern beantworten. Oh, sehr gut. Könntest du uns Merusea ein wenig vorstellen? Du da halt. Als ob ich ihren Namen jetzt mal ausspreche. Merusea ist die Heimat von vielen Melusinen. Hier sieht man das noch nicht, aber wenn ihr etwa weiter vorgeht, werdet ihr es schon bemerken. Wir Melusinen, und wenn ihr auch sehr gute Menschen seid, dann werden wir euch willkommen heißen. Es wäre mir nicht richtig zu sagen, dass ich niemals etwas Schlechtes getan hätte. Ich bin ein guter Mensch. Und Paimon auch. Paimon ist ein Paimon. Dann ist gut. Wollt ihr gerade noch sagen? Ich kann mich nicht mehr erinnern, aber ich erinnere mich noch daran, was der letzte Satz lautet. Ich wünsche euch eine schöne Zeit in Merusea. Danke. Lassen wir mal einen Moment, wie ich das jetzt aus Versehen gefunden habe. Auf bald. Ich hoffe, dass ich Blumen für euch haben werde, wenn ihr das nächste Mal vorbeikommt. Cool. Warum wohnt ihr eigentlich in dem Monster? Ah, das schaut schon märchenhaft aus. Sehr geil gemacht. Mit dem Lichtschauspiel und alles. Halt, warte, das Ding ist da. Kann ich hier in solchen Stellen eigentlich auch tauchen einfach? Oh ja. Lutine, Sedile.
Let me help you pack this up.
Ja, so viele sind hier überhaupt nicht. Chiara. Sind die Melusinen eigentlich alle weiblich oder wirkt es bloß so? Sluasi. Die schauen für mich irgendwie alle weiblich aus, egal ob sie männlich sind. Serene. Oh, die schaut cool aus mit den komischen Mustern da. Mit den Kleeblattmustern. Fangen können wir den nicht, oder? Und mitnehmen. Und in die Kanne stellen. Was für ein Interview. Du scheinst von außerhalb des Dorfes zu kommen. Darf ich dich kurz stören? Kann ich dich für ein Interview überzeugen? Hier gibt's auch Journalisten. Hey, Journalisten? Du meinst wohl mich? Anscheinend ist meine Ausstrahlung ähnlich wie die einer echten Journalistin. Aber eine echte Journalistin bin ich noch nicht. Ich bin noch dabei zu lernen, wie man eine wird. Wie die Journalisten die Berichte beim Dampfvogel veröffentlichen. Ah, nun auch Melusinen-Zeitung? Ich arbeite gerade an einer. Ich schreibe die täglichen Geschehnisse auf und male Bilder dazu. Seltsam, eigentlich führe ich das Interview mit dir, aber du bist diejenige, der die Fragen stellt. Egal, solange das Material berichtigenswert ist. Hauptjournalistin von Merusia wurde von einem Reisenden von außerhalb zum Thema Reportagen befragt. Der Reisende hat große Hoffnung für die Zukunft des Journalismus der Melusinen. Das ist die Schlagzeile. Okay. Leider nicht, sonst wäre meine Kanne voll mit denen. Kommt aufs Kannenlimit wieder an. Die werden sich auch denken, schaut euch mal den Fremden an, der Trottel klettert wieder auf alles hoch. Warte mal, da hinten sind wir gekommen, ne? Dann geht's da hinten weiter. Das Dorf ist ja größer. Lars, guten Abend. Wer ist das? Stasi-Hund. Ist der Stasi-Wuff, Alter. 2.0. Hier, ich hätte einen Hund für Sie. Der hat eine Kamera auf dem Kopf. Nein, nein, nein. Das ist überhaupt keine Kamera.
Take it easy. A chest full of valuables and a trove.
Alter, soll Speerkämpfer sein? Macht das überhaupt Sinn bei jemandem, der Knife heißt?
Take it easy.
Irgendjemand hat eine Ruine voll geklippert. Alter, was ist das da hinten? Coronavirus. Jetzt in echt. Lauf Sky, guten Abend.
I see everything. With all my strength. Hold the line. So this is the thrill of adventure.
Was hast du bis jetzt verpasst? Ich weiß erst einmal tauchen. Nachdem es jetzt 2 Wochen raus ist. Alter, Scheiße, was ist hier los? Prisma im Inneren Elinas. Wer zur Liste denn Elina, Alter? Wieder lassen sich im Inneren Elinas diese mysteriösen tiefroten Kristalle finden. Okay, das ist das Viech oben. Einwirken externer Kräfte lässt sich ein Energiestrom in die entsprechende Richtung freisetzen, der dann die Steinstruktur zerlegt. Okay, passt. Also einfach so. Okay. Andersrum? Huh? Was ist das? Eine Schachfigur? Wassererkennungskristall. Wie viel LP hat deine Lillard? 32.000.
Let's move out.
Genshin hat sogar Corona. Warte mal, ist der dafür da, um das zu zerstören? Oh, der leuchtet auch nicht. Okay, jetzt leuchtet das andere. Okay, man muss auch nicht genau treffen. Was ist jetzt das schon wieder? Ein Land wie Fontänen, dem Hydroelement allgegenwärtig ist es nur natürlich, dass etwas so Wunderbares wie ein Hydrogranum vorkommt. 3 Hydrogranum und Hydroker zu bilden, mit Hydroelement zu versorgen. Was? Ach so.
We should make the most
Okay.
of these supplies.
Ich sollte nicht wieder kreuz und quer durchlaufen. Am Ende weiß ich wieder nicht, was ich gemacht habe und was nicht. Scheiße, geht's doch noch mal weiter. Fuck, da ist voll die Strömung. Ah, Attacke. Okay, dann halt nicht. Findest du Fontänen? Ich find's sehr schön. Nicht wegrutschen. Wow.
A chest full of valuables and a trove of potential clues.
Sind ja. Wie komme ich jetzt da hoch? Ich will auf den Turm. Oh, da ist eine Kiste.
A chest full of
Aber mehr ist da auch
valuables
nicht, oder?
and a trove of potential clues.
Ich hab keine Ahnung, was das war. Das ist das Segel vom Schiff? Kann ich da eigentlich innen? Ich glaube nicht. Ne, ist unten zu. Geht's denn wieder zu dem Wasser? Ich glaube schon, ne? Ja. Oh ja, es ist nichts aufgedeckt, ne? Egal, gehen wir mal zum Melusindorf zurück. Oh, das sind lauter so Dinge. Ist das Corona größer geworden, was ich besiegt habe?
Let me help you pack this up.
Hä? Was sind die da?
Rest and rebuild.
Die bringen noch gar nichts. Oder die sind für später. Nee, das sind andere. Stimmt, ich bin gleich von oben reingeflogen.
Gotcha.
Positions. Yeah. Hey,
Here comes the catch. Quietly now.
everyone hold him.
Außerweltlicher Lebenskern, was?
Treasure.
Warum
One way to
außerweltlich?
draw your target out of hiding.
Da fällt mir ein, wollte ich nicht eigentlich oben die andere Quest weitermachen? Irgendwie bin ich jetzt hier gelandet. Ich wüsste doch, glaube ich, nicht, ob ich wieder hochkomme. Ja gut, dann mache ich euch halt. Nur damit die blöden Schleimis
I wonder
glücklich
who
sind.
this gift could be from.
Lernen der Ordnung. Hä? Ich glaube, ich bin wieder reingelaufen, kann das sein? Scheiße. Na gut. Dann gehen wir wieder da hoch. Dann unter was, oder? Ja. Wie sich immer diese Schleime in den Vordergrund drängen. Ja, die wollen ständig eins aufs Maul haben. Ich will der Erste sein. Hau mich. Ich glaube, unter Wasser ist man so schneller. Hä, wie kann man denn den Sprung machen eigentlich? Gibt es da nicht einen Sprung, was man machen kann? Nur Fontaine-Charaktere können springen. Wow. Heißt es dann, es gibt noch keinen Charakter, der springen kann? Und unser Traveler kann auch springen. Ah, okay. Ich komme mir jetzt gerade vor wie so ein Landei oder so. Mit der Musik. So abends am Balkon hocken, irgendwo in einem Farmhaus. Fortines Alpen? Fontaine? Fontaine ist eher eine Mischung aus Frankreich und... Frankreich und, England. Die Musik. Nee, das hat eher einen französischen Touch mit der Musik. Teilweise ein bisschen so jazzmäßig. Das würde ich jetzt behaupten. Ich habe ja schon 8 von den Dingern. Oh, ich brauche 20. Okay, passt schon. Hat sich erledigt. Greifst du gerade eine Melusine an, Alter, ihr kleinen Schweine? Warum zur Hölle sind aus Sumero welche hier? Hey, du machst du immer noch nicht den Mund auf? Egal, es gab sowieso nichts mehr zu besprechen. Nehmen wir einfach das Zeug und verschwinden. Hey, kleines Ding, mach nicht dieses Gesicht. Warum haben wir damals so einen Auftrag angenommen? Hey, Kakuabart, steh nicht so blöd rum, wirf ihnen einfach die Mora zu, die der Boss uns gegeben hat, nimm das Gemälde und lass uns gehen. Müssen wir das wirklich? Er weiß doch gar nicht, was wir so weit draußen machen. Warum nehmen wir nicht einfach die Mora an uns und... Heißt es doch gleich, einem Geschäft zur Beziehung wichtiger als Mora. Ja, was macht ihr denn da? Was, woher seid ihr denn plötzlich aufgetaucht? Sieht so aus, als würdet ihr sie sehr belästigen. Belästigen? Wir sind nur hier, um ein paar Gemälde zu kaufen. Ihr wollt Gemälde kaufen? Welche Art von Gemälde? Wie viel wollt ihr bezahlen? Eine halbe Million Mora, 550.000 oder 600.000? Ihr habt nicht mal genaue Zahlen? Naja, das ist nicht unsere Schuld. Diese Melusine will einfach nicht ihren Mund aufmachen. Wenn sie nicht mit euch reden will, dann will sie auch nicht einfach nichts verkaufen. Ihr seid nicht nur wegen der Gemälde hier, richtig? Wollt ihr ihre Sachen rauben? Was meinst du mit Rauben? Es ist ganz offensichtlich ein fairer Handel und sie wird nur davon profitieren. Und übrigens, was hat das mit euch beiden zu tun? Schluss mit dem Stoß. Paimon hat gerade wie der Typ da sagt, er wolle alle Mora. Ich hab doch gesagt, du sollst vorsichtig mit deinen Worten sein. Das spielt doch keine Rolle, oder? Haben wir unsere Aufträge bisher nicht immer auf diese Weise gelöst? Kannst du denn einfach die Klappe halten? Wir haben einfach keine Zeit, Unwissen damit die Sache hineinzuziehen, schließlich. Wo schaust du hin? Nichts, haut ab und hört auf, euch in unser legitimes Geschäft einzumischen. Andernfalls müssen wir das Problem auf unhöfliche Weise lösen. Das würde ich gern sehen. Es reicht, das ist Fontaine. Genau, ihr wisst sicher auch, was passiert, wenn man in Fontaine gegen das Gesetz verstößt. Sprecht nicht in diesen Ton mit mir. Was passiert, wenn man in Fontaine gegen das Gesetz verstößt? Von wegen, für wen haltet ihr euch? Vollstrecker des Gesetzes? Noch einmal, haltet euch da raus, das ist die Sache zwischen uns und der Kleinen. Es scheint, dass ich jetzt unsere wahre Identität preisgeben muss. Welche Identität? Wir sind eigentlich die Vollstrecker des Gesetzes. Oh ja, das ist richtig, ich habe da ein gutes Auge, nicht wahr? Warte, Boss, was sollen wir tun? Worüber machst du dir denn Sorgen? Wenn sie Gesetzesvollstrecker sind, dann bin ich die Zarin von Snezhnaya. Bist du wirklich so leichtgläubig? Sehen die Leute aus, die, sogar die in den Arsch? Was? Wieso? Ganz genau, das meine ich. Im Ernst, was soll dieser lächerliche Name? Das sind doch nur Gesetzeshüter. Also, können sie sich auch so, nicht auch so nennen? Immer glaubt ihr etwa, wir hätten noch nie Leute aus der sogar den Arsch gesehen? Ihr tragt nicht einmal die Uniform und wagt es, so etwas zu sagen? Das ist die Uniform der Maison Limitel. Wir sind Gendarmen in Zivil. Regimentster 30. Was? Alter, ich kann die Dinger nicht. Moment mal, was in aller Welt ist das? Wer nennt sich überhaupt so? Wenn man bedenkt, dass Fremde heutzutage nicht einmal die Uniform der Maison Limitel nennen. Das ist ein komischer Name, macht hier nur Witze? Alter, was ist hier los, Alter? Es geht ja ewig. Ich würde schnell vorsichtig sein, zumindest scheint das Selbstvertrauen dieser Person nicht vorgetäuscht zu sein. Glaubst du wirklich, dass jemand, der uns austricksen will, einen so offensichtlich unsinnigen Namen verwenden würde? Auch wenn du das sagst, glaube ich nicht, dass die echte Bezeichnung an einer Abteilung in Fontaine ist. Würde in einer Abteilung so, wie könnt ihr es wagen, unseren Namen als unsinnig zu bezeichnen? Paimon wird das nicht so einfach hinnehmen. Namen sind so aus informiert, diese ignoranten Fremden über die glorreiche Geschichte unserer Organisation. Oh nein. Ein Held der Nacht, der Fontaine verteidigte. Damals so schreckliche Ungeheuer, dieses Meer der Fontainesheim. In der Vergangenheit gab es in den Bergen einen bösen Chi. Wie auch immer, unser Gründer kämpfte gegen das Ungeheuer wie ein Lumitiol,Toire, keine Ahnung, mehr aufs Neue erhält und deshalb nennen wir uns zu Ehren diese Martial Lumitiol. Ich habe immer gar keine Ahnung, wie man das ausspricht, Alter. Wir es wagen, unseren Namen komisch zu nennen. Es tut uns sehr leid. Hey, warum entschuldigst du dich bei ihm? Boss, wenn du etwas genauer hinsiehst, passen seine Umhang und ihre Kleidung nicht nur zusammen, sondern sind sogar ziemlich einzigartig. Ihre Kleidung hat einfach zufällig die gleiche Farbe. Glaubst du, dass ein paar Kleider und ein paar Worte ausreichen, um sich als Beamte auszugeben? Natürlich nicht. Nehmen wir als Beispiel dieses neue Modell von Garde Mekka. Mal die Mahamatra von Fontaine. Verfluchte der Mahamatra, das Spiel ist aus. Beruhig dich, du Dummkopf, es gibt keine Mahamatra in Fontaine. Eine neue Stelle, die aus dem System von Somero basiert. Ach, wir sind aufgeschmissen. Wann musstest du die Mahamatra erwähnen? Ja, ich habe schon gewusst, dass es Schwachsinn ist. Ja, bla bla bla. Verdammt, wir hätten sie wahrscheinlich überzeugen können. Und weggespült. Sind geflohen, Seufzer. Dann müssen diese Typen immer erst verprügelt werden, bevor sie sich beruhigen. Nun geht's dir gut? Mir geht's gut, vielen Dank. Ich kann auch nicht gut mit diesen Leuten umgehen. Ihr seid recht stark. Hey, schließlich sind so aus und Paimon professionelle Abenteuer, die gut trainiert sind. Diese Typen können uns nicht mal das Wasser reichen, so viel steht fest. Nein, ich spreche nicht von seinen Kampffähigkeiten. Außerdem war es er, der gekämpft hat. Du hast dir das alles nur mit angesehen. Das liegt daran, dass Paimon der Reiseführer ist. Wir haben einfach unterschiedliche Aufgaben, stimmt's? Nun, wir haben schon viele Worte ausgetauscht, aber wie sollen wir dich nennen? Mehr. Mein Name ist Mehr. Ich war eigentlich dabei, hier zu zeichnen, aber... Oh, also können wir auch Melodien malen? Ja, das kann ich mal. Jeden Tag ist einfach sehr schön, das zu malen, was dich glücklich macht. Wenn du jeden Tag malst, dann musst du doch eine Künstlerin sein. Verstehe, obwohl ich mir nicht ganz sicher bin, was du damit meinst, kann ich mich wohl als Künstlerin bezeichnen. Wie auch immer, es ist so, als lass uns erstmal ein paar Pinsel aufräumen, schließlich sind ihre Hände so klein, dass Paimon sich nicht vorstellen kann, wie sie ihre Pinsel hält. Aber du hast eindeutig kürzere Hände als ich. Trotzdem danke ich euch. Alles auf einmal aufzuräumen würde mich viel Zeit kosten. Du hilfst mal mehr auf dem Boden, verstreute Pinsel aufzusammeln. Perfekt, jetzt sieht alles viel besser aus, wie man es von allmächtigen Paimon erwartet. Obwohl ich die meiste Arbeit erledigt habe. Paimon, du hast kaum einen Finger krumm gemacht. Weil wir unsere Arbeit geteilt haben. Übrigens, was hat diese Leute eigentlich vor? Die Leute, sie wollten Mora gegen meine Gemälde tauschen. Oh, das wollten sie mit Mora? Warte, sie waren doch hier, um Gemälde zu kaufen, nicht wahr? Oh, was wollen wir jetzt tun? Heißt das, wir haben aus gutem Willen schlussendlich ein Geschäft mit ihnen ruiniert? Geschäft? Das ist doch kein Geschäft. Wenn man etwas als Geschäft bezeichnen will, müssten beide Seiten die Dinge tauschen, die der andere braucht. Ich brauche keine Mora, also war es auch kein Geschäft. Du brauchst keine Mora? Moment mal, bist du doch nicht etwa eine berühmte Künstlerin, oder? Berühmt? Heißt das, dass dich jeder kennt? Ich glaube, das bin ich dann wohl. So fand mich ein sogenannter Kunstsammler oder so und sagte, er wollte mir eine Menge Mora im Austausch für meine Gemälde geben. Ein selbsternannter Sammler kam zu dir und einen hohen Preis hat er auch noch geboten. Kein Wunder, dass du sagst, du bräuchtest keine Mora. Wenn wir Gemälde so teuer verkaufen könnte. Kannst du auch malen, Paimon? Paimon kann das nicht wirklich, aber wenn Paimon sich heute noch richtig anstrengt, es ist zu spät für dich, Paimon. Paimon weiß das doch, aber allein der Gedanke an die glänzenden Mora. Aber wer ist der Kunstsammler, von dem du gerade gesprochen hast? Er ist ein recht gut aussehender und sanfter Mann. Wenn er nicht plötzlich über Mora gesprochen hätte, hätte ich ihm wahrscheinlich das Gemälde geschenkt. Warum reden diese großen Menschen so gern über Mora? Kunst ist unbezahlbar. Ich würde das nicht so sagen, aber für mich hat Mora einfach nichts mit Kunst zu tun. Aber mal mehr, könntest du bitte Paimon ein Gemälde zeigen? Paimon ist wirklich sehr neugierig. Paimon interessiert sich wohl nur für den Wert des Gemäldes. Paimon denkt nämlich immer an solche Dinge. Wirklich, Paimon will nur die Kunst bewundern. Paimon hat keine weiteren Hintergedanken. In Ordnung, aber wenn du daran so interessiert bist, kann ich einfach ein Porträt von euch zwei malen. Du würdest das wirklich tun? Ihr habt mir geholfen, die lästigen Leute loszuwerden und die Pinsel aufzusammeln. Ehrlich gesagt habe ich mich an die ganze Zeit gefragt, wie ich euch danken soll. Ich weiß aber nicht, ob es seltsam ist, meine Dankbarkeit durch ein Gemälde auszudrücken. Nein, auf keinen Fall. Übrigens mal mehr, könnten wir vor ein paar Vorschläge für das Gemälde machen? Ja, natürlich. Zuerst muss ich mich um mein Malwerkzeug kümmern. Der Farbeimer wurde von diesen Leuten umgeworfen, also kann ich hier nicht malen. Ich muss zuerst nach Hause gehen. Paimon, bitte warte im Dorf auf mich. Ich kümmere mich um die Sachen und hier komme ich danach. Im Dorf? Das ist unsere Heimat, die wir mehr Rusea nennen. Wenn ihr von hier aus in die Richtung schwimmt, werdet ihr das Dorf finden. Alles klar, auf geht's. Meeresschaum und blutrote Färbung. Jetzt habe ich schon fast Abschaum gelesen. Alles klar, machen wir jetzt nicht und tschüss. Haben jetzt die Dinger eigentlich alle gemacht? Ne, da ist noch eins. Ich muss auch mal warten, bis ich halt nicht mehr zocken kann. Ja, aber wenigstens haben sie jetzt schon mal einen Trailer. War es ein Trailer oder eine Ankündigung oder so? Dass es auf jeden Fall dieses Jahr noch kommt. Honkai Star Rail auf PlayStation 5. Ich bin überrascht, dass sie die PlayStation 4 auslassen. Ich meine, da gibt es immer noch massig Spieler. Oh, ist das ein Rochen? Was ist das da? Dünne von Temer Wasserklinge. Ah, cool. Der schaut mit den Dingern aus, wie wenn er heulen würde. Erstmal das Ding aktivieren. So, und jetzt hat dann in der. Die Riesenkrabbe ist einfach. Man weiß, wie man sie legen muss. Ja, bin ich mal gespannt dann später. Hä? Aber es kommt ja jetzt auch eine Figur zur Fischl raus, ne? Habe ich heute einen Prototypen gesehen. Jetzt haben wir Mission abgeschlossen. Okay. Hä, wann habe ich denn das gemacht? Besiege zweimal Okeanosuke. Riss-Primus. Okeanosuke zur Herausforderung. Da oben. Oder Okeanoske? Ich denke mal wieder gefühlt 2 Jahre warten. Ne, ein Jahr, glaube ich, dauert sowas meistens. Mehr Rochen. Hä? Ist er da auf dem Land? Oder? Ach so, das sind so Tröpfchen irgendwie in Sumer.
Everyone hold hands. Yeah, yeah. I see everything.
Hä? Achso, da ist ja noch einer.
Grow, grow, grow. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Also Fontaine ist schon das ultimative Dendroland. Ich meine, du kannst überall ist Wasser. Da musst du nicht mal irgendwas machen, damit du das Zeug aus... Warte mal, was war jetzt noch? Also dieses Explosionszeug da, diese Saat machen kannst. Oh, das ist ein Riss-Primus, okay. Bestehe Coppelius Bestrafung, bestehe Coppelius Begräbnis. Aber machen wir mal eine ganz kurze Pause. Alter, mittendrin läuft bei mir die Nase wie Sau. So. Vergesst nicht zu viel trinken, weil viel zu trinken bei der Wärme. Grundsätzlich, ich trinke schon immer, ich trinke das ganze Jahr mit meine 3 Liter am Tag mindestens.
Take it easy.
Die tanzen da die ganze Zeit, oder was? Milliarden. Damen und Herren, meine Herren, guten Morgen, guten Tag und guten Abend. Ich bin Mailardet, ein Forscher am Forschungsinstitut Fontaine. Ich nehme an, ihr beide seid auch wegen der Eiswind-Suit hier. Nach dem ursprünglichen Plan von Herrn Bosu sind Coppelius und Coppelia auf dem Tanz spezialisierte Uhrwerkmecher. Allerdings habe ich nach meiner Übernahme dieses Projekts auch wenig mein Verständnis von Pneumosia einbezogen. Deshalb, wie ihr ja sehen könnt, sind Coppelius und Coppelia nicht nur talentiert im Tanz, sondern auch im Kampf. Ich denke, es gibt noch viel Verbesserungspotenzial, um ihre Kampffertigkeiten weiter zu verbessern, benötige ich eine große Anzahl von Experimentaldaten. In der Entwicklungsphase habe ich aus Begeisterung etwas zu viel investiert. Aufgrund der Unterschiede zwischen Pneuma und Eusia habe ich 2 verschiedene Kampfmodi für Coppelia und Coppelia entwickelt. Coppelius und Coppelia. Coppelius Begräbnis und Coppelius Bestrafung. Mit anderen Worten, ich benötige also doppelt so viele Forschungsdaten. Vielleicht reibungslos verläuft, wird die Freude über den Erfolg auch doppelt so groß sein. Hängt nur von tapferen Kämpfern ab, die sich der Herausforderung stellen. Als nächstes bekommst du fantastische Darbietungen, die Uhrwerkmecher Coppelia und Coppelius, präsentiert von Mialardet. Vor der Herausforderung musst du mit Mehr sprechen, bla bla bla. Uhrwerkmecher Coppelius ist Hauptfigur, der Ereignis Energiesignatur Osia ist. Alternatives Coppelius Bestrafung. Ich habe keine Ahnung, Alter. Ja, let's go. Ja, das ist ja sehr cool. Ich bin mir nicht sicher, ob ich die gerade bekämpfen will. Ich meine, die tanzen doch nur.
Things are about to get dicey. Take Take it easy.
This way, Curler. With all my strength. This dance is for you.
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over.
Hey! Turret, bring refuge!
Also war jetzt nicht wirklich schwer, aber ich fand's elegant.
Let's move out.
Naja, dieses Uhrwerk Ersatzteil, Coppelia. Mutiger ist am Plan, warte, dass alles bereit ist. Hä, wie? Oh, jetzt muss ich weggehen, um das nochmal zu machen? Muss ich eigentlich beides machen? Schon, ne? Verdammt. Und da ist das Krabchen. Besiege Kaiser von Feuer und Eis. Das steht einmal die Hörner geschmolzenen Feuers von Kaiser von Feuer und Eis. Wo ist Krabbi, der Krabbmann? Da ist der Krabbi. Nein, scheiße, da oben. Nido mit 71k per LP gesehen. Ja, der hat halt die perfekten Dinger wahrscheinlich. Hä? Ach, warte, das... Ich hab die ganze Zeit auf das Blaue geschaut, Alter. Ich muss doch nicht aufs Blaue schauen, Mann.
Easy money.
Flachkopf-Sturmvogel. Nee, nur LP-Artefakte, LP-Waffen und LP halt. Ja, aber du brauchst ja trotzdem die Unterkategorien vor den Dingern mit LP, weil sonst kriegst du sowieso nicht zusammen. Nachtflügelgans. Schade, dass man die Pudel nicht auch so fangen kann. Vielleicht kann man die in der Kanne dann so kaufen oder so. Was sind das für Steinchen? Warte mal. Oder ist der Krabbi? Weil da hinten geht's, glaube ich, nur. Guten Abend, Klaus. Oh, gleich ein Teleporter daher, was geht ab? Fänge ich in dem Wasser? Für das ist es so heiß blubbert? Ne, vielleicht ist es auch bloß wie eine heiße Quelle. Wow! Was geht ab?
Everyone hold it. Here. Oh. Allow me. Make yourselves a room.
Quietly now.
Committed to memory. This may hurt a little.
Here comes the cash.
Dance with the waves.
Take it easy.
Oh. Na gut. Habe ich jetzt das ganze Ding gelöst? Ja. Kann ich mich da eigentlich hinporten? Nee. Muss ich da hin? Wenn wir jetzt dann das haben, da können wir auch endlich mal die Archon-Quest wieder in Angriff nehmen. Ja. Coppelius. Lange nicht gesehen. Du siehst mich.
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now.
Committed to memory.
Here comes the cash.
Roll. The Temple of Wisdom. This dance is for you.
Gotcha.
Hold the line.
Alter, ohne sein Schild zu zerlegen, kann ich den wohl nicht besiegen, oder was? Wow, das ist ja kacke. Dann kann ich den ohne Feuer gar nicht schaffen. Oh, jetzt ist es weg.
Hey. Billowing surge. Let's move out.
Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
This may hurt a little.
Die ist ja unterschiedlich zusammenfallen. Sehr schön, sehr schön. Und dann haben wir das gelöst. Passt. Wie schaut es eigentlich aus? 19.000 haben wir. Oh, das ist auch schon wieder... Oh, ich habe ja nix, ne? Boah, ich kann mir das nicht mal kaufen, weil ich schon lange nichts mehr gezogen habe. 119. Alter, passt.
Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Achso, ja, wir könnten einen Probelauf mal machen. Probelauf mit Bennett oben rechts. Alter, was geht ab? Oh, den hat bestimmt auch hier gespielt.
Step right up.
Our bond is strong.
Let's get this show on the road. Now disappear.
Out of my way.
Here comes the finale.
Dissipate. I'll settle this.
Step right up. A round of applause.
Nächstes Jahr mache ich erst mal Stream und habe Angst. Keine Angst davor, immer einfach machen, wie du Lust hast. Ich hab's jetzt schon 2, wo ich Figuren erstehen kann, mein armes Konto. Weil Figuren in Deutschland auch viel zu teuer sind. Außer du kaufst so Pop-Up-Figuren oder so für 20 oder 30. Ah, ich wollte doch nachschauen. Nee, ist richtig süß. Ich weiß, mir gefällt sein Ultimate auch nicht wirklich. Was wollte ich machen? Aufträge. Da. Was machen wir eigentlich da drin? Geht zum Hotel de Bord.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste. Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already. Oh, in that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment. Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life. Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time. And if it's not? Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table. You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Gute Zusammenarbeit.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes. Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food.
Ja, vor allem schau diese riesen Portion an, Alter. Die scheiß Schüssel ist 3-mal so groß wie eine normale Schüssel. schau die Schüssel an, Alter. Das ist ihr Gericht.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened? Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after. If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that. Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before. Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it. In such investigations,
Even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
Alter, selbst die Tee- oder Kaffeebecher sind riesengroß.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
Wir wollten den Hydroarchon um Rat bitten, aber irgendwie scheint sich diese Gelegenheit nie zu bieten.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydroarchon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Alter, was stimmt mit dir nicht? Und warum ist da hinten ein Holzrobokoch?
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
Wie kann man sowas übersehen?
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Es wäre ein Versuch wert. Ist sie wirklich der Typ Mensch, der sich schämt?
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink?
Das ist auch geil, Alter. Bei denen gibt's statt Fanta gibt's Fonta.
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Ja, was ist das denn? Meine schmeckt
Is
genauso.
that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
Dann lande mal lieber und geh zu Fuß.
That would be so normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're
Hey, Navia, what are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Oh weh, das Essen war schon recht teuer, Palmo, dieser Vielfraß.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Grundlos gefallen wie ein sanfter Regen. Zweiter Akt, neuer Abschnitt. Entschuldigung, darf ich sowas fragen? Klar, mach ruhig, Klaus. Wo müssen wir hin? Oh, da rüber. Hoppala.
Take it easy.
Oh. Hätte mich auch cool, wenn ich den kassieren kann.
Take it easy.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Ja, es ist klarer als tagsüber.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache. Vache.
Was waschen?
Hey,
Was soll ich waschen?
why are you still walking towards
Wasche.
it? There might be something nasty in the water.
Ich spüre solche starken Gefühle.
Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
Ja, aber was soll ich waschen?
Hey, traveler? Stop walking. Come on, wake up.
Ah, Neokranide. Was ist das für ein Ort?
Vache. Are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
Darf ich fragen, wer du bist?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
Du warst ein Mensch.
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
Du hast deine menschliche Gestalt verloren?
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Ist etwa eins der Mädchen, das aufgelöst wurde?
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
Willst du, dass ich Vache für dich finde?
No, our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
Ich bin mir sicher, dass er dich auch nicht so einfach vergessen wird.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
War Rocher etwa Zeuge, wie du dich aufgelöst hast?
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
Es ist fast so, als würde es nach dem Verschwinden des Körpers das Bewusstsein in irgendeiner Form weiter bestehen.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Nicht für Paimon?
Farewell then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Sind die Fontaine-Fuzis auch eigentlich früher mal Okeaniden gewesen oder was? Was ist jetzt los?
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Oh ja, stimmt, sie will ich auch haben.
Quick, now's our chance!
Sie ist Raiden 2.0. Nicht wirklich, Raiden hätte die mit einem Schlag alle weggewischt.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me.
To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with a Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clarand was being sincere with you. If...
I know, she's...
Was ist gerade passiert?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clarand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Vermutlich hat's Paimon nicht geschafft. Ja, danke für die Rettung, Navia. Hast du dich denn schon immer zu den Kämpfern gezählt, Paimon?
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
Ja, aber das macht dein Sparbuch nicht mit.
As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Paimon hat's halt voll drauf.
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
Hä?
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Alter, nee, da war nicht Urwasser drin, oder? Du meinst?
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Ein Glück, dass Paimon und ich nicht aus Fontaine stammen.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
What? Why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
Lynette zufolge hat das Hören dieser Stimme etwas mit dem Empfinden des Hydroelements zu tun.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
Ich habe da ein paar neue Infos.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
Gehörte zu einem vermissten Mädchen. Dieser Vaucher war wohl Augenzeuge davon, wie sie das Mädchen aufgelöst.
Oh, that is important.
Du berichtest allen, was geschehen war, während du mit dem Bewusstsein der Okeanide verbunden warst.
Vaucher. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene.
Ja, aber erzähl mal jemandem, dass sich dein Mädchen aufgelöst hat in Wasser. Das glaubt dir keine Sau.
But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater.
Wenn er überhaupt noch am Leben ist,
He had been threatened?
Wenn er überhaupt noch am Leben ist, wir sollen versuchen, ihn zu finden.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
Alles klar, Partner.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Bei mir legt man sich nicht. Mit mir legt man sich nicht an. Sie werden mich wünschen, sie wären nie geboren worden. Aber da muss Navi unbedingt eine Zweihänder-Char sein. Wie wirst du diese Roboter schon durchschneiden?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Ja, außer eine Armee Robos taucht auf. Lenek was war denn das jetzt, Alter? Lenek en Infolenz? Foliovis. Ha? Höre den Ruf der Okeanide, verbinde ich mit ihrem Bewusstsein. Jetzt ist die Frage, sind die Menschen aus Fontaine aus Okeaniden entstanden? Deswegen lösen sie sich wieder in ihre Okeanidenform auf, wenn sie mit dem Urwasser in Kontakt kommen. Veta. Geht es nicht eher Veto?
Take it easy.
Oh, was sind das? Kleine aufziehbare Pinguine mit einem Hut. Echt nervig. Sehr nervig. Hä, warte, ich hab doch mit euch gar nichts zu tun. Was wollt ihr von mir? Vorhin am Richterpult sitzen wird? Ganz genau. Sitzt am Richtpult, was meint ihr damit? Angestellter des Legeaus Werkstatt. Oh, wir haben Gäste. Eurer Kleidung nach zu urteilen müsst ihr Fremde sein, oder? Es ist durchaus zu erwarten, dass ihr die Urmuttersprache Fontaines nicht versteht. Erlaubt mir, den anders zu formulieren. Wer sollte eigentlich im Richtpult sitzen? Richter natürlich. Und wer ist der oberste Richter? Herr Nivillette natürlich. Chilette. Ach herrje, nun warum sitzt dann unser lieber Hydroarchon und Frau Furina auf Herrn Nivillettes Platz? Was würde eure Meinung nach die armen Leute, die verurteilt werden, davon halten? Wenn ich es wäre, würde ich mich ungerecht behandelt fühlen. Unser Hydroarchon versteht noch nichts von Gesetz. So gesagt, hört es sich tatsächlich so an, als würden sie Etikettenschwindel betreiben. Oh Gott, Alter, die werden nicht aufhören mit labern, oder? Die Gerichtsverhandlung wäre dann ein Etikettenschwindel. Dieser Satz also, Moment mal, ist das wirklich in Ordnung, euch so über eure Göttin lustig zu machen? Na, natürlich, unser Hydroarchon liebt auch solche Witze. Diese Worte zu Ohren kämen, würde sie mich an den Stein fesseln und in den tiefen See stürzen lassen, während sie die gesamte Zeit begeistert von der Seite aus zusehen würde. Aber liebe Gäste, trauert noch nicht. Zum Glück ist Aber mit seinen Worten so schlüpfrig, dass alle ihn gar nicht richtig an den Felsen fesseln könnten. Ein Wunder, er wurde gerettet, würde unser großer Archon sprechen. Was für ein romantisches Ende, würde sie laut applaudieren. Vielleicht würde sie sogar ein paar Tränchen vergießen. Sie mir sogar die Medaille romantischster Einwohner von Fontaine verleihen. Das bezeichnet also die Einwohner von Fontaine als Romantik? Naja, nicht wie Paimon darauf reagieren soll. Ja, es wäre schön, wenn er die Fresse hält, damit ich weitergehen kann. Und zur Sache, liebste Gäste, darf ich fragen, was euch in unsere bescheidenen Lande geführt hat? Bestimmt nicht, dass irgendwelche Typen mich anlabern. Großes Aber. Und findest du nicht, dass unsere angesehenen Gäste wie die berühmten Abenteurer aussehen, von denen der uns von der Chef vorhin erzählt hat? Oh, tatsächlich, der eine hatte Haare wie Gold und der andere hat Haare wie Silber. Ah, angesehene Gäste, ihr seid also Herr Swallows und Frau Paimon. Oh, ihr kennt uns? Der silberne Satellit gefällt mir besser. Chef hat sich bei der Abenteuergilde nach Abenteuern umgehört, die derzeit in Fontaine aktiv sind. Und habt euch beiden erfahren. Das heißt, ihr seid ein ziemlich fähiges Duo. Hey, Herr Swallows, anscheinend werden wir von Tag zu Tag berühmter. Danke dir, Frau Paimon. Hey, das wird Paimon gern. Also gut, Paimon wird mit Glück in Zukunft immer mit dir teilen. Sucht euer Chef nach uns? Nun, leider ist er gerade nicht im Laden, also erlaubt uns euch an seiner Stelle zu erklären. Nein, die wollen jetzt erst das Erklären anfangen. Keine Sorge, es sind nur ein paar Worte. Das sagen sie ja immer. Um kurz zu machen, möchte unser Chef eure Unterstützung beim Sammeln von Daten für seine Duellrepräsentationsprojekt. Oh, das ist das eine Event, ne? Ja, jetzt komme ich schon drauf. Duellrepräsentationsprojekt? Projekt für eine Reihe von Uhrwerkspielzeugen, bei dem Duellrepräsentanten als Hauptfigur, als Herzstück der Entwicklung und Schwerpunkt unserer Bewerbung dienen werde. Unser Laden verkauft Spielzeuge. Oh, das wird nicht aufhören. Habt ihr von Duellrepräsentanten gehört? Habe ich. Bitte fort fort. Ist der Meinung, dass es sich um hier hervorragende kulturelles Symbol von Fontaine handelt, daher sollten die Spielzeuge dieser Art durchaus gut verkaufen. Wenn sich außer Fontaine durchsetzen würde, könnte... Ein paar Worte hat's geheißen. Unsere Stadt in Ehren weisen, dann haben wir 2 Fliegen mit einer... Ach komm, halt's Maul. Ja. Die Stärke der Repräsentanten das Üben. Abenteuer auch ähnlich Dinge tun können, dachten wir, warum nicht einfach stattdessen Abenteuer rekrutieren. Frau Folina sitzt am Richterpult. Nun ja, so ernst ist dann doch nicht. Eher so, dass man eine Romaritinblume durch eine Regenbogenrose ersetzt. Alter, lasst mich in Ruhe. Wirklich schrecklich. Urmama Spielzeug verkauft. Verwerflich. Bester Freund. Puppenladen gäbe, zu dem du... Alter, Leute. Falsche Werbung sein, dass du den Besitzer dieses Ladens einfach mit einem einzigen Schlag in die Luft jagen würdest. Ich bin total wütend. Wer würde schon Abon-Puppen kaufen? Den haben wir eigentlich in das Fort Merioped hineinprügeln. Schrecklich, wenn deine Puppen nicht erhältlich wäre. Das ist nicht dasselbe, Paimon. Lass dich nicht ablenken. Ach ja, Paimon wäre beinahe drauf reingefallen. Alter. Wieder einmal. Alter, egal wie lustig das sein soll, ey. Das ist zu viel, Mann. Geht ihr nicht selbst hin? Alter, das ist für eine Scheiß-Quest, ey. Halt die Fresse. Triumphale Rückkehr, Alter. Ich schieb euch mal triumphale Rückkehr gleich mal quer durchs Maul, ey. Wohnen die da unten? Ah, ne, hier.
It's right up ahead. But let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Ah, da geht's in den Untergrund. Das hat ein Dark Souls-Vibe irgendwie. Da kannst du auch immer wieder so stellen. Wie groß ist das hier unten? Das ist voll winzig, Alter. Ich dachte, das ist voll groß. Durch mondlich vergangener Zeiten. Hat ein bisschen was von Seventh Heaven, Alter, aus Final Fantasy. Slums und eine Bar.
So, anyone imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Ja, danke schön.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
Da ist in der Tat etwas faul dran.
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Es geht um die Familie, die Sehnsucht nach der Wahrheit. Was das angeht, sind wir uns sehr ähnlich.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
Du kannst nicht versuchen, so dumm mit der Brille auszusehen.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
Kein Wunder, dass Navia Chlorinde gegenüber ein solches Verhalten an den Tag legte.
Yeah, that's not from?
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Das erklärt einiges. Es war seine Absicht, bei diesem Duell zu sterben.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me?
Es ging wahrscheinlich darum, dass sie ihn bedroht haben. Wenn er was sagt, dann machen sie mit ihr was.
All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
Mach dir doch mal keinen Kopf. Ich kann sehen, wie wichtig diese Angelegenheit für dich ist.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Unter dem wachsamen Auge der Spinner die Rosa zog die ruhige Nachtinsel an.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
Man kann nicht einfach so mit ihm reden.
Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Können wir den einfach so sehen? Was ist jetzt schon wieder? Wie viele Errungenschaften bekommen wir nur, weil wir einfach irgendwas machen? Es war einmal ein Flovre Cendre. Oder Cedre. Mehr über Navias Vater am Stützpunkt der Spinner die Rolle. Bekommst du für jeden Scheiß ist schon irgendwas. Oh, du hast geatmet. 10 Punkte für Gryffindor.
The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Kardinalsassistentin. Kennen wir die Haare schon? Die schauen neu aus. Wie lange machst du noch? So lange wie ich halt mache.
state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Oh nein, eine kleine komische Katze wird uns aufhalten.
This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Also, setz los.
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Hä?
Yep, Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
Ich wüsste echt nicht, was die sein sollen. Ich würde sie als komische stehende Katzen bezeichnen, aber das stimmt halt auch irgendwie nicht.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Das war halt gelogen, oder? Du siehst doch nicht mal, wenn wer da ist, Alter. Gerade so mit den Augen kannst du drüber schauen.
Please come in.
Dass die immer so riesen Zimmer haben. Hey, wer möchte Platzverschwendung machen? Okay.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Der oberste Richter Otter, ja.
Who knew that Nervalet
Der oberste
would
Otter.
be so easy to talk to?
Oh, ist das fies mit der Uhr im Hintergrund.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Dann können wir wohl nichts machen.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Ich hätte mir nicht die Geschichte erzählen können, was passiert ist. Vielleicht kann er seine Order-Kumpel fragen.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Regen.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Der Fall deines Vaters, hat er drin oder draußen stattgefunden?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
Da fehlt euch aber eine entscheidende Information.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
Die Tatsache, dass sich Menschen in Wasser verwandeln können.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself?
Nimm mich mit.
Great, let's go then.
Ich bin zu voll zum Laufen, Alter. Dann nimmst du mich wenigstens, dann muss ich wenigstens nichts machen. Hä? Wo zur Hölle bin ich? Alter. Gibt's hier auch eine Untergrundwelt? Okay. Ich habe mich schon gewundert, weil die so klein war. Was ist das?
Whoa, what a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
Das ist Genshin, frag dich nicht, wie irgendwas wohin gekommen ist.
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common.
Warte, ihr habt doch ein Hauptquartier da? Und, hä?
A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
Ich glaube, ich verstehe langsam, warum es dir gefällt.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Sprich mit Melos auf dem Schiff. Was ist denn das da hinten? Gehen die hier überall tauchen? Ugh. Gut, dass ihr hier echt verdammt viel Fisch habt. Und eine Katze, die einen eigenen Stand hat.
Take it easy. Hup.
Ach, der Typ heißt Melos, habe ich schon vergessen.
Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Könnte der all dem eine und dieselbe Person stecken?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Das ist Drogen.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions.
Mit dem emotionale Instabilität. Ich glaube, da wird ein bisschen mehr instabil, Alter, wenn du das Wasser ganz drüber kriegst.
And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all.
Man sollte nicht auf Facebook kurz was schauen, weil eine Nachricht gekommen ist. Und plötzlich geht ein Short-Video an. Entschuldigung.
Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
Ah, ja, dann ist wirklich so. Könnte sie der Person gehören, die aufgelöst wurde?
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Es ist nicht auszuschließen, dass die beiden einen Streit hatten, aber es könnte sich genauso eine dritte Person eingemischt haben.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malouse?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
Also Leute, jetzt wollt ihr es aber wirklich nur einfach wissen, wie traurig eine Geschichte werden kann, oder?
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
Die wollen nur ein bisschen auf die Tränendrüse drücken. Ja, also ich bin echt nah am Wasser gebaut, ne? Aber diese Geschichte-Story, die nimmt mich ja überhaupt nicht mit, Alter, irgendwie. Weil es irgendwie alles so... in die Fresse wirkt, keine Ahnung.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol. But if Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
Wollte dir die Wahl lassen.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
Das machen wir am Ende wahrscheinlich sowieso.
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades.
Oh, buh, da habe ich jetzt Angst vor. Ich meine, die Fatui lachen sich gerade irgendwo schlapp oder so.
There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Der schaut schon voll verdächtig aus mit diesem Bart. Dieser böse Bart und diese dicken, buschigen Augenbrauen.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. there's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Schau ihn an, der hat auch so einen Bart. So ähnlich. Und diese buschigen Augenbrauen.
Uncle Marcel.
Das ist dieser Confrérie.
It's a guild in Poisson. The boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards.
Der war's nicht, der hat keinen Bart.
Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
Ja, aber der hat aber hinterhältige Augen, die Sau. Und ziemlich eckige Ohren. Ah, diese Ohren sind echt hinterhältig. Wer weiß, was er damit hört.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly.
Das sind nur NPCs, machen wir es einfach alle kalt.
To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty.
Ah, er könnte es aber auch sein. Er hat einen viel zu buschigen. Er hat den buschigsten Bart von allen. Und die dicksten Augenbrauen. Und er hat die eckigen Ohren. Okay, ich höre auf, Entschuldigung.
Before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Du kannst auf mich
I
zählen.
hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Protokoll von Callas Fall. Regnerische Nacht vor... Ja, wir haben doch alles gehört. Geh weiter. Hab den Tipp gegen Kopfschmerzen, außer Tabletten nehmen. Du kannst den kleinen C anhauen. Das tut so höllisch weh, da sind die Kopfschmerzen gleich weg. Dafür tut der Fuß weh. Nein, eigentlich nicht. Kommt man hier überhaupt irgendwo rein?
Take it easy.
Das wird typisch irgendwas aus Eisen zusammenhämmern, aber keine Türen. Oh Junge, wir haben ein riesiges Schiff, aber keinen Eingang. Das schaut doch nicht aus wie eine Tür. Schaut aus wie ein Fenster. Gibt's hier überhaupt einen Eingang? Da auch nicht. Das hat doch nicht mal einen Eingang, Alter. Ich meine, du könntest was drin verstecken.
Take it easy.
Warte mal, hier ist irgendwas. Ist das da unten oder ist das da oben? Ne, da oben ist es nicht. Schlaf ist das Beste für... Also das Beste ist Augen zu. Und dich entspannen dabei. Oder wie schlafen halt. Bei Kopfschmerzen. So die simpleste Lösung eigentlich.
It is settled then. Please excuse me and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh, die schaut fies aus.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Sterben wir sie besser nicht.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
Naja, ihre ist auch tot.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
Was ist das da?
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Soll das etwa heißen, dass jemand Jacques angewiesen hat, Herr Callas zu ermorden?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Ja, der beste Drogendealer der Welt.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Zeugenaussage von Jacques' Familie.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way. So please don't.
Fuck. Jetzt muss ich da wieder hoch. Wo haben die eigentlich diesen Tintenfische aus dem Hintergrund her? Vom Otterkönig. Scheiße, ich krieg das immer noch nicht aus dem Kopf, Alter, dass der so aussieht. Bestimmt war der engste Vertraute. Die Sau.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
Oh, du wirkst jetzt schon so verdächtig, Mann. Keine Ahnung, aber es ist immer der Nächste.
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside. And we found some clothes left at the scene.
Danke, Lars. Jetzt weiß ich natürlich, dass er es nicht ist.
After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking in bed. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guards said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
Das wäre gut möglich.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callis ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callis's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callis the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callis. But it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Oh, ich sollte mal wieder anmachen. Der wirkt mir zu treu auf jeden Fall. Hallo. Meint ihr, dass ich mir Navia-Cosplay holen sollte, oder ist das Geld nicht wert? Kommt drauf an, wie viel das kostet und Wie gut, dass es gemacht ist. Thierry, was los?
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Stimmt auch wieder.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Okay, der wirkt auch nicht irgendwie drin. Aber man weiß es halt immer nie, ne? Also es ist der dreckige Händler, Alter. Immer dieses dreckige Händlerpack. Bestimmt einen Haufen Kohle dabei gemacht, aber die hat ja gesagt, dass die groß geworden sind. Also wenn du mit Cosplay anfangen willst, sind 80 Euro schon mal eigentlich gut investiert. Weil wenn du selber magst, kannst du halt unendlich viel Kohle investieren.
Hello, how may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure, I will let him know right away.
Weil das Wartens taucht Marcel aus sich auf.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more, see if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Okay, jetzt ist echt schwer. Hä? Da hoch? Beobachten wir ihn jetzt so?
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Keiner von den dreien stach wirklich als Verdächtiger hervor.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Bei Jacques' Motiv.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Wenn ich an seiner Stelle gewesen wäre, sehe ich keinen Grund zu feuern.
Oh? And why is that?
Wäre der Mord Herr Callas etwa nicht sein Todesurteil gewesen? Hätte mir nie garantieren können, wenn Herr Callas getötet hätte?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective
would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
Anscheinend war ein Dritter der Auslöser dafür, dass die Situation kippte.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides, Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Private Gardemecher zu kontrollieren. Eigentlich wäre der Polizist das Ding, weil er kennt sich mit den Dingern eher aus. Aber er hat ja vorhin auch gemeint, sie loszuschicken und zu kontrollieren sind 2 unterschiedliche Sachen.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
No.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Vielleicht war es jemand anderes. Ja, er hat halt die Kohle dazu.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Dann hat man noch den letzten, Florent.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques.
Jedes Mal, wenn ich was sag, was? Das denkst du? Alter, ich hab nur 3 Namen.
But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
Ich glaube... Kein Zusammenhang. Hä, immer noch er? Mit Gardemecher in Betracht ziehen, scheint es keinen Sinn zu ergeben. Ja. Ja, doch er.
If you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When the suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Er steht ihr schließlich ziemlich nahe. Gehen wir hin, schlagen ihn den Fuß ab und befragen ihn dann. Meinetwegen auch ein Händchen. Der Ort, an dem das Sins hergestellt wird.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Erlebe just after you left. we've got another trial on our hands.
Was?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Was?
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Ja, eben.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Teilen wir uns auf.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
Du gehst nach Erden und wir gehen nach du weißt schon wo.
Just as expected of my partner.
Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Erlebe, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Du kannst auf mich zählen.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Erlebe. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Analyse über den Verdächtigen. Ich finde Navia auch so richtig stylisch aussieht. Was bei Navia mein Problem ist...
Set out for Erlebe? We should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Also die Outfit schaut schon echt gut aus. Mein Problem ist bloß, sie sieht halt aus, wie wenn so ein Schmuckkästchen gefallen wäre. Sich verheddert hätte und dann alles einfach dran gelassen hätte. Also sie hat ein bisschen zu viel Zeug dran. Da diese zwei komischen Steuerräder unten, dann die fette Kette, dann hier noch ein riesiges, eine riesige Schleife, da noch irgendwas und hier noch was. Ein bisschen weniger wäre da, glaube ich, geiler gewesen.
According to Malou's info, the synth production base is underwater.
Hey, nimm das mit.
Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Aber gut, man muss erst mal schauen, wie die Charaktertrailer werden von ihr. Ich würde sie schon gern ziehen, aber ich bin mir immer noch unsicher. Alter, lass mich das Ding wenigstens mitnehmen. Ah, okay.
Found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary.
Wir werden sicher
at
mehr
all.
etwas Außergewöhnliches finden.
You're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Währenddessen in der Opera Epicles. Bibbidi-babbidi-boo.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of.
Vor allem, der ist halt in der ganzen Welt unterwegs. Das macht halt überhaupt gar keinen Sinn, dass er ständig irgendwelche Mädchen wegwässert.
However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right?
Das ist so typisch Tartaglia. Hey, man kann doch eher kämpfen, oder? Let's go. Scheißegal, was los ist.
In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat.
Oh geil, ich nehme den Archon auch gleich mit, Alter. Let's go, kämpfen.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Ja, und Tartaglia will nur kämpfen. Da kannst du noch so viel erklären.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man. Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
Alter, was zur Hölle hast du für einen Hut auf?
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Alter, die machen mich
Please
fertig.
let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Ja, Herr Otter.
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
Kurz Zeit später fand sich ein gleicher Mann zu Würden, fassungsloser Marcel in der Rolle der Angeklagten wieder.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, Do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Sie hat keine Ahnung mehr. Die anderen haben keine Ahnung. Erzähl's mal nochmal.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Hä? Was wird denn jetzt das,
On the day
Alter?
of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières.
Ich dachte, ich lasse die labern und vermöbel irgendwelche Bösewichte. Och, Mann.
During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance Jacques lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel.
Navias Vater schaut halt auch aus wie so ein Sherlock, nicht so ein Sherlock Holmes Bösewicht, sondern wie ein James Bond Bösewicht oder so.
Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Ich will lieber kämpfen. Kann ich nicht einen Richter vermöbeln oder so? Na gut, den nicht unbedingt, der ist ganz cool drauf. Davor veranstaltet Spieler aus einem Bankett. Okay. Wir hörten alle Anwesenden 2 Schüsse. Dann gab es Callus mörderische Absichten hegte und Jacques ermordete, der ihn verraten hatte. War das wirklich wahr? Ah ne, hier.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
Okay, damaligen Ermittlungen, Sabine zufolge war der Flucht unmöglich. Weiß ich. Anwesend war nach Widersprüchen. Urwasser.
Something's not.
Ja, das da? Ah.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
Rekonstruktion des Falls. Ich habe gar keine Lust, das irgendwie.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Erfolgreich widerlegt.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
Was ist das für ein Publikum? Ah, buh, ah. Wie sie voll abgeht, Alter.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it.
Was war das, Alter?
If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
Okay, jetzt sehe ich das auch wegen den 2 Persönlichkeiten.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The 2 cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson.
Oh, weh.
Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me. And the biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Kurz zuvor am Eingang zum Hauptquartier des Strippenziehers. Also wenn er vorher ein Schnellsneier war, hat es vielleicht der andere angefangen? Oh. Was ist denn das? Okay. Die sind jetzt zu faul, ein Tor aufzustellen. Jetzt haben sie einfach ein Zeichen gemacht. Hier Wiedergeburt, bitte.
Gotcha.
Oh mein Gott, wir haben noch nie einen Aufzug gesehen. Alter, stark. Für was sind die Dinger? Einfach nur Verzierung?
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Da unten? Naja. So, warte mal. Ah.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Oh, hallo Freunde. Wieder diese Stasi-Hunde.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Everyone hold hands.
All eyes on me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Überschwemmen wir denn dieses Zeug hier auch? Ja, meine ich ja. Alter, hier sind doch überall Dokumente drin. Ich meine, hier sind Bücher und alles mögliche. Der Mechanismus ist auf jeden Fall nicht so sehr durchdacht. Danke fürs Durchgehen. Die Bücher sind wasserfest. Wahrscheinlich jedes Mal kommt einer rein. Oh, jetzt dürfen die scheiß Bücher schon wieder trocknen. Dann ist er fertig. Oh, fuck, jemand will schon wieder nach oben. God damn it.
Busted. Quietly now.
Alter, wie tief muss man denn da noch rein? Ist das Urwasser?
Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
Wenn ich raten müsste, würde er wohl gerade Navias Anschuldigungen über sich ergehen lassen.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia.
Stimmt, das ist doch so eine rosa-blaue Flüssigkeit, hat es doch geheißen, ne? Irgendwie. Labortisch untersuchen.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Beruhig dich, Paimon.
Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How could someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
Ziel des Forschers ist, seiner einstigen Geliebten namens Visionärie zu helfen, die sich aufgelöst hat.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
Hier steht noch ein weiterer Name, Roche.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
Nein, er ist der Forscher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Ja, viele Laborberichte tragen seine Unterschrift. Die Stimme im Brunnen muss womöglich die von Visionärie gewesen sein. Ah.
So that's it. Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either. If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
Da muss noch mehr dahinter stecken.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Rochers Laboraufzeichnung. Flaschen untersuchen.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
Meine Güte, sind das viele.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth?
Als würden sie hier Synth herstellen.
It's super obvious.
Den Teich untersuchen.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water.
Das soll wohl das Wasser des Urmeers sein.
That means this is where they make all the synth, and that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Detektivspiel, ja.
Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
Das muss wohl etwas mit seinem Fall von damals zu tun haben.
Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Steht da noch etwas?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
Bin ziemlich durchtrieben.
They're all just so evil.
Ah, da ist noch was.
What's all this? Ah, it's a bunch of really cute things.
Ach Lars, hör mal auf, immer solche Dinger zu droppen. Und was haben wir hier? Huch, ein Haufen aus niedlichen Dingen.
Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
Hier steht sogar Namen drauf.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
Also vermutlich den Opfern der Vermisstenfälle gehören.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names. That means...
Ei. Da haben sie eine ganze Menge dann gehabt. War das jetzt schon alles?
Almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But...
Wer ist Roger?
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Feinde sind wirklich gerissen, aber vielleicht nicht gerissen genug. Sehen wir uns nochmal um.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Hier? Den Teich haben wir doch schon untersucht. No, kann ich da gar nicht drüber? Nee. Da ist ja auch nichts. Hä?
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure.
Nach einer Weile.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Paimon, ich hab hier etwas.
Oh, really? Let Paimon see. Vimier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet too.
Schau dir mal jetzt diese Seite an, sie hat sich Gedanken um Kindernamen gemacht.
Worse for her now.
Ja, danke, kann ich auf jeden Fall lesen.
So many. A whole page's worth. But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was Marcel.
Oh.
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Venier's grown son?
Das ist gehen, Paimon.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
Wenn du einen Hinweis gefunden hast, gehst du schleunigst zur Opera Epicles zurück.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
Der Otter ist angepisst.
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
Du sagst also, du hast noch nie von Vache gehört hast? Nicht ist es sein, hä? Was? Oh. Das ist das Tagebuch. Falsches Buch gewählt.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people.
Du weißt, dass du gerade das Ding da anschaust, ne?
Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignere. Our promise. We made a promise.
Gott, ich würde vorsichtig sein, da ist scheiß Wasser dabei, ne?
Vignere! Please, Vignere! Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Der ist so geil, Alter. Oh ja, also am Anfang hat es mich schon ein bisschen genervt, aber hey, war schon echt geil, jetzt was da gelaufen ist. Der ist so geil drauf, Alter.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Tartaglia ist so geiler Charakter.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher.
So voll aus Honkai Impact, aus Honkai Star Rail.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Navia?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Ugh, what now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Lass mich raten, das Ding spricht nicht schuldig?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
Haben ihm die Dinger geholfen, Alter? Irgendwer muss ja auch das Sünd vertreiben. Ja, wobei, das hat er wahrscheinlich selber gemacht.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
Was hat es damit nur auf sich?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Oh, er hat seine Otterkräfte eingesetzt, das war voll unfair.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Nichts weiß, haben wir keine andere Wahl, als den Hydroarchon selbst zu fragen.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts it's reliable or not. Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the oratrice's verdict.
Die ist so durch, ey.
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
Toodaloo.
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Du weißt jedenfalls, wie du den Boden unter den Füßen wegziehen kannst.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Verlasse das Opernhaus. Auf jeden Fall sollte der Taglehrer mal überlegen, dass seine scheiß Verwandlung einfach so lange braucht, man. Der hätte doch mit allen den Boden gewischt, wenn das passiert wäre. Kein Wunder, dass er gegen die Otterkräfte keine Chance hatte. Wo ist die Frieda eigentlich? Ding eigentlich. Die Navier. Sie sind einfach übermächtig, diese Otterkräfte. Oh, da ist der andere Spacko.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache? I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Ich hab sie getroffen.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
Es war bei Lucinenbrunnen. Ich verließ mich auf meine Wahrnehmung des Hydroelements. Der Graf fehlt auch gerade die Wasserkraft. Das hat nichts zu tun mit seiner Blitzkraft.
The fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Huh? Tja, wäre einfach mal mit dem Wasser rumgelaufen und jetzt überall selber gesoffen. Na, hätte er sie vielleicht auch gefunden.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Ich habe damals das Wasser des Urmeers getrunken. Das hat meine Wahrnehmung für das Hydroelement erhöht.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vignier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vignier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Vignier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vignier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember.
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day.
Oh, shit, Alter. Damit habe ich jetzt nicht gerechnet.
If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignier.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignere's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Warte mal, er ist auch dabei? Als ich zum ersten Mal hierher kam, habe ich scheinbar auch nicht mit Vignere gesprochen, ob sie Marcel durch mich hierher locken wollte.
No, Vignere. She can't hate me. Let me see her, please. Have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignere. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Boah, Alter. Später fanden die gerne mal hier raus, dass Marcel, der für den massenhaften Verschwinden der Mädchen verantwortlich sei, seine Seele verloren zu haben schien. Einige Tage später. Alter, die haben seine Seele rausgelutscht. Ach du Scheiße. Das war ja mal geil. Ein bisschen unbeholfen fand ich. Das hätten sie cooler animieren können, aber das war schon sehr geil.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Spazieren gehen ist aber auch eine ziemliche Plackerei.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Deswegen ringt's auch.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Es hat alles ein glückliches Ende gefunden.
Oh, by the way, I ran into
Nicht für
Charlotte
einen.
just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vashay's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Ich find's ja lustig, die Szene mit den Robotern, wo die Clorinda die platt gemacht hat, die schaut halt im Trailer einfach aus, wie wenn sie böse wäre. Deswegen dachte ich so, Alter, wer weiß, was die macht. Ist genauso die Szene mit, wo die, scheiße, wie heißt die, Linne ist der andere, Lynette? In dem Wassertank verschwindet. Das hat halt auch so ausgeschaut, wie wenn sie durch das Wasser verschwunden wäre oder so. Den Trailer haben sie schon ziemlich verarscht, ey.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Darf ich auch mitkommen?
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Oh, wir werden hingeportet.
This is where my father's grave is.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be... Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nervalette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epicles indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh?
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
So Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
Nach Navi und Neuvillette erweist ja auch Herrn Callas die letzte Ehre.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Fliegen ist beim Erbieten eines Grabes normalerweise nicht gestattet.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Sie hat das wirklich geglaubt.
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Take it easy.
Paimon's really sorry, Navia, but Paimon did something pretty disrespectful just now.
What are you saying, Paimon? I don't think I get it.
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly around someone's grave?
Wie er es halt nicht aufklärt.
Huh? Who told you that?
Hey, traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again?
Ah, schön. Hey, was liegt denn da rum? Also Leute, die mit Heuschnupfen haben so eine Genshin-Welt echt schwer. So viele Blumen, wie da überall rumfliegen und so.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Also Junge, wir waren vielleicht 4 Meter weiter gestanden.
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this, since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Wo hast du deine Otterkräfte her?
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Über das Wasser des Urmeers.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. there must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like?
Kennst du die Prophezeiung, die in Fontaine kursiert?
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly.
Bestimmt bloß mehrere Patches wahrscheinlich.
Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
Was?
If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to...
Über den Grafen.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Huh. So when Linny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, their time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Das wäre die größte Ding, Alter, für ihn. Hast du meine Schwester gesehen?
Your sibling. Another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like?
Keine Fragen.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind, and return to Palais Memornia.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Grundlos gefallen wie ein sanfter Regen. Zweiter Akt abgeschlossen. Okay, war auf jeden Fall sehr cool, die Quest. Dass der Otter auch wieder spezielle Augen hat. Der hat so eine Art Drachenaugen, ne? Vielleicht ist es so eine Mischung aus Otter und Drache. schon wieder ein Schiff? Oder was ist das? Aber gut. Warte mal, ne, wir müssen es dann noch. Alter, baut mal eure Wracks besser. Was ist das da hinten? Da qualmt's voll. Der Otterdrache, ja. So. Dann machen wir noch eins, was wir das letzte Mal ja nicht gemacht haben. Ist das oben gewesen? Ich hoffe, das war oben. Wir können mal die neue Stelle nutzen, die wir jetzt haben. Gute Nacht, Navia. Wo ist er hin? Da oben ist er. Sehr gut. Oh nein! Ist nicht ganz so weit, glaube ich. Oh, verreckt neben Blumenkübel. Und Bennett down an seiner neuen Stelle. Und wir müssen nicht mehr so viel klettern. So. War eine sehr schöne Quest auf jeden Fall. Und wow, das Ende mit dem anderen war schon sehr geil. Also war schon eine coole Runde. Wo dann die alle aufgetaucht sind und ihn gejagt haben. Oder beziehungsweise ihm seine Seele ausgetrieben haben. Also für das, was in Genshin immer so eher immer lustig und Ding rüberkommt, hat es schon echt düstere Dinge, aber das wissen wir ja schon lang. Ich muss nur eins kritisieren und das ist echt die Geschichte von der Navia. Das ist... Ich weiß nicht warum, aber normalerweise bin ich ja einer, der echt bei so Story-Dinger, die wo schon traurig sind oder schlimm sind oder so, echt nah am Wasser gebaut, aber das hat mich halt überhaupt null berührt. Keine Ahnung, weil es vielleicht ein bisschen aufgesetzt wirkte oder ein bisschen an den Hahn, was heißt an den Hahn beigezogen, sondern irgendwie so halt mit dem, keine Ahnung, man drückt jetzt einfach rein, dass das alles traurig und schlimm ist und dann von einer Szene zur nächsten, erst das mit der Chlorinde, wo sie sich streiten, dann das mit dem, wo sie unser Zelt was war und dann erzählt dann nächste Szene gleich bei dem Richter, wo sie dann da abgeht und dann keine Ahnung. Wirkt ja alles ein bisschen vielleicht zu schnell nacheinander. Das hätte sich vielleicht ein bisschen langsamer aufbauen sollen, wenn es langsam rauskommt, anstatt so diese so traurig hier, traurig da, traurig dort und fertig. Keine Ahnung, weiß nicht warum. Normalerweise ist man so, oh, scheiße, oh mein Gott, fuck. Keine Ahnung. Vielleicht hätten wir die ganze Story mit der Navia ein bisschen langsamer aufbauen sollen oder sowas. Aber egal. Ja, Klaus, nächste Woche Samstag gibt es auch wieder einen Stream. Normalerweise, wenn nichts dazwischen kommt. Aber normalerweise ja. Selbe Uhrzeit wie immer. Ja. War jetzt auch mal wieder ein 4,5, fast 5 Stunden Stream. Haben wir das schon länger nicht mehr gemacht. Und ja, dann. Ich weiß gar nicht, was machen wir am nächsten Samstag? Wir haben ja das da noch. Kuriose Keilerei. Ich finde das Bild wieder schön. Das Artwork ist wieder sehr geil. Das haben wir gemacht. Das ist dann eh weg. Den und den haben wir platt gemacht. Das ist einfach nur fürs neue Gebiet. Und der interessiert eh keinen. Oh ja, das habe ich fast vergessen zum Einsammeln. Gut, keinen stimmt jetzt nicht, aber... Immer noch die 2 Legendenaufträge und den haben wir auch noch. Den haben wir auch noch. Das haben wir gemacht. Die müssten wir mal machen. Aber wir haben ja noch genug Zeug. Ob die das mit der Navia, die Legendenquest von ihr gehört hätte. Ja, das wäre vielleicht besser gewesen, so die Hauptstory so außen rum bauen und dann die Legendenquest so drauf beschränken oder so, keine Ahnung. Aber ich denke mal, da wird eine andere Story kommen, wahrscheinlich irgendwas, wo man dann wieder vor Gericht erscheint oder irgend sowas. Wie bin ich jetzt voller Wasser geworden? Ich bin noch nicht mal reingefallen. Egal. Dann bedanke ich mich an der Stelle ganz herzlich bei euch fürs Zuschauen. Wir sehen uns wahrscheinlich auf jeden Fall nächsten Samstag wieder. Und Freitag geht's mit Starfield los, falls das wen interessiert. Da kommt, man kann ja, wenn man die Collectors Edition, die digitale, die Special Edition auf jeden Fall kauft, kann man 5 Tage früher spielen. Konnte ich mich leider nicht verkneifen. Warte, wer steht da hinten? Achso, das ist so ein Hund. Also dann, allen gute Nacht, noch ein schönes Restwochenende und einen schönen Start in die nächste Woche. Macht's gut und Servus. Jetzt halt, Servus. Ciao.